Good evening, race fans. A little technical difficulties, a little sound issues, but we got it all cleared up here, and we're ready for live coverage of the Virtual Velocity Racing Series here on Sierra N, as we are here at the Paperclip Martinsville Speedway, and it is time to kick things off here. As we already got the qualifying done and dusted, we'll go ahead and take a look at that starting lineup while Jimmy's getting everything ready to go and set up here. Dalton Kilroy, your points leader on the pole. Ty Marasco starting in second. Then you got Dustin Franklin, Brandon Muir in row number 2. Row 3 is going to be John Garrett, Todd Merkel. Row 4 are going to be Cade Green and DJ Mitzel. Row number 5, rounding out the top 10, is going to be Mike Hasty and Len McNeese. Then in row number 6, you're going to be looking at, as they're rolling off here and kind of getting out of order for me here, but you're going to have Hilton Young, Robert Smith, Cole Spaulding, Eric Blunt, Michael Taylor, Colin Allman, Michael Pratt, Tim Lee, and Todd Poston for your 19-car field here tonight. Really, this is all about survival in the first part of this race, and really all night long, because it is short track at its best, at its finest. It's short track racing. It is very tight, it's very flat, and sometimes you may have to get the chrome bumper out here to get things moving along. But Carl Hammer joined in the booth by Jimmy Covert. Jimmy, I'm definitely happy to be up in the booth instead of being out there on the track.
I was brave enough to go down there and do a couple test laps, I can get into the 20s where these drivers are at right now, but I don't know how long I can stay there. Would end up overdriving the corners for sure, and it's something that the drivers will need to take care of all night. Dalton Kilroy obviously on the pole here tonight to get things started, as the pace car is in here on the backstretch of 3, so a very kind of unique pit entry, as well as track, as get quite a bit of speed coming down these straights as they head into corners. But Dalton Kilroy is going to lead them off here as they start to cross the finish line. Ooh. And they get going here, and hopefully...
Not a good start there from the 71 of Brandon Muir, as that thing just turned right into the wall on the start of this thing. He's going to drop back quite a few spots, but no caution, no issues, I guess, technically on the start of this thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm up here in the booth, and I already burned off my right front tire. This place is so tough to be fast and save your equipment. It's two things that just don't coincide on a normal track for me, let alone here at Martinsville. But your points leader looks like he doesn't mind being out here, and finally we get a Dalton Kilroy pole position here tonight. That's definitely not good news for the rest of the field, and certainly not good news, as it looks like Ryan Kelly not in the mix here tonight, so it's not going to help him in the points. As we take a look real quick as they're out there running, Kilroy looking to go for his 3rd straight win here and make it a total of 6 wins on the season. He's already got 5. Derek Paulson in second. He is 68 points behind Mike Hasty, another 2 points behind. Then you got Ryan Kelly and Todd Poston for your top 5. Ty Marasco, Todd Merkel, Sean Wilder, Eric Blunt, and Brandon Muir for your top 10 in the points. But it's been a lot of Kilroy lately, and correction, actually 3 straight wins coming into tonight, so looking for his 4th straight win. Already out to a lead right now. And we may have our first caution here of the night. We ride on board there with Ryan Smith. Looked like he might have got a little bit of help on that one.
Yeah, I was riding on board the hood, so we just see him kind of going around there. Caution comes out here on lap 5, and it could be a lot of this tonight, but we'll go ahead and see what happened here with the number 8. And nope, 24 is able to stay off the 8, and the 8 just gets a little more power and ends up going around. So good job there by Tim Lee, the leader here for VVR, able to escape there without getting involved. You can see the smoke flying from the 08. Definitely going to need to come in and get that one fixed.
Yep, meatball flag already for Robert Smith. Yeah, just riding on board, it almost seemed like there was a bump that kind of set him off there. Maybe it was just a bump in the track, or maybe it was just that quickly that the tires broke loose on him. But sends him into the wall. We're going to have our first caution. Looks like Brandon Muir's going to come in and try and get maybe some damage repaired on that number 71 here to get that thing maybe in better shape to restart tonight, as the start of the race didn't exactly play out too nicely here for him. But certainly nicely for Dalton Kilroy. He's your leader. Dustin Franklin, Ty Marasco, John Garrett, and Cade Green for your top 5.
Yeah, and as much as like I know a lot of drivers might think about coming in, you know, maybe the drivers that do come in would probably, I would see maybe the drivers towards the back if they're trying to get some sort of fuel advantage. But you're off to fuel the throttle here so much at Martinsville to allow the car to kind of rotate. You know, you're only on the throttle for about 2 or 3 seconds as you accelerate out of the corners, and about the halfway or 3/4 way down, you're letting off and starting to do your trail braking, getting in the corner, and hopefully it's enough and you don't have to lock up the brakes. If you get the brakes too much, you end up getting pushy. If you have your brakes too far to the rear, you can end up going around, and then you get back in the throttle. Some drivers might find themselves shifting, might feel comfortable, might help that car rotate, especially later on when the tires start really getting worn. Well, I can't really say worn, but heated up. So gonna be a good one. I think I'm hoping for a good one. Obviously, early caution here, and VVRs usually tends to run a lot of green flag laps at a lot of tracks. But, like last week, they had cautions kind of fall in line to needing to have a fuel race. I mean, it's been the topic of this.
Damn fuel race.
Yeah, a topic of discussion with these drivers because their races are just so clean. And basically, essentially, I think it's agreement between the drivers is they just don't want to know from the start of the race. They don't want to know that they have to fuel save immediately in order to even have an attempt to win this race. So they want to be able to race it out. They don't want to have to think about that stuff. So they adjusted fuel a little bit in order to that happen. But they do understand that cautions can come out and it can turn into a fuel race. But right now we're not looking for a fuel race. We're looking for a great race here as the leaders get out front here. Dalton Kilroe leads them back down to turn number 1. See a lot of 2-wide action here, and Carlos is one of those tracks where the inside is usually the more popular line, and the outside can defend because they get the drive off the corner, but you can't turn the car down in, and you really got to worry about the driver down inside being able to overdriving the car and getting into you.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no banking here. I know that there's a slight amount of banking, and you see John Garrett right here trying to defend on the number 1 of Marasco, and did a pretty good job here, and looks like he's going to hold on to that position. So great job there from the 66. You can do that with fresh tires. As soon as those tires get a little worn, you're going to go backwards, and you could very well get freight trained. You want to try and get down to the bottom as quick as possible, and it's one of those tracks where you run into a situation of coming off a pit road and kind of looking at how many people already came off a pit road and trying to see if you're an even number or an odd number, because we've seen before where drivers will literally let somebody pass them on pit road exit to make sure that they line up on the inside instead of the outside. It's very legit strategy to get yourself down on that inside, so you don't have to try and work on that restart to get down there. But either way, back to running here, back to racing. Dalton Kilroe at the front, John Garrett in second, Ty Marasco, Dustin Franklin, and Mike Hasty now for your top 5, as we do got 150 laps on tap here tonight at Martinsville, and we'll see how long it takes until these drivers kind of really get after, because right now I think it's going to be a lot of just fuel and tire saving here at the beginning of this race. I know we just talked about a fuel race, but I would probably almost say you want to save tires probably more than fuel here tonight, especially that front right. It's going to get angry. It's going to get mean. You want to keep it down there on that concrete patch to get any kind of grip, as now the 4 is going to go around, and the 84 right behind him. Great job riding on board there with Tim Lee as he avoids both the incidents right there. But we got a little bit of a parking lot in turn number 4.
We'll go back and take an overhead view of what happened here, and probably just a little too much throttle here by the 4, and sending them around. You got a little bit driving it a little deep, so maybe too hard on the brakes. You see the 84 kind of maybe wondering if he has to lock it up or not, and maybe just apply too much, brings that 84 around. The 4 comes down, and let's see, the 38 does look like he's going to get into the 4 here. And the 71, give it a little push.
Little help.
To the mess that's here. So drivers trying to slow up here. There's a few that are turned around and are waiting to get back in order. So see the 98 stop completely on this one. So another little debacle here at Martinsville, and I'm sure we'll see plenty of that here tonight. We are on lap 17 of 150, so laps do tend to click by pretty quick here, and you won't see much movement, I don't think, unless they're getting extremely low on fuel from the leaders to give up that position. It is some leakage. It is some track position is so important here. Probably more than most tracks, because you just need to defend and stay out there. Then the cautions come out a lot, so a lot of this you could probably just ride around like Dalton Kilrow is here. Heck, I'd be probably burning up right front tire going at this pace.
Yeah, and I mean, you only have 2 sets of tires in the pits as well, so you have to be really strategic about when you're going to take those 2 sets of tires, because this at any point could all of a sudden go green the rest of the way. So you have to be really smart with everything that you do on pit road here tonight. But second caution here of the night, and we'll see. Everything gets back going here. We're already coming up on lap number 20, and as Jimmy mentioned, the laps do click by pretty quickly, even under caution. I mean, heck, Jimmy, the caution laps here are as fast, if not faster, than some tracks that we go to. So I mean, 42, 43 seconds around here on a caution lap. You're not doing those kind of laps at Pocono. It's a pretty quick lap around here. So even though it's 150, even with cautions, we're going to see those laps tick by pretty quickly. But right now the driver's doubling back up. Time to go back to racing here at Martinsville. Dalton Kilrow, John Garrett on the front row. We'll see what John Garrett can do here now on that front row on the outside. He did a fantastic job with Ty Marasco fighting him off to get in line, but now can he get the restart? Can he stay with Dalton Kilrow and maybe fight him for the lead?
Yeah, and what he needs to, I mean, obviously he's got some experience in driving some real cars, and I'm sure he'll, if he can stay alongside Dalton Kilrow, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen, so he'll be stuck on that outside, but he just needs to be able to stay clear of that one, and they'll want Ty Marasco trying to get that run, but not get into John Garrett. John Garrett does get a nice run coming out of the corner, so great job there by the 66, moving back into P number 2, after being there on the outside. And that's kind of one of the things, where we talked about, drivers giving up positions to, make it a little easier on themselves, because you can see once you get stuck on the outside, a lot of drivers will just keep going underneath. You can see the 73 there, stuck on the outside. That's Dustin Franklin, and just nowhere to come down. So, you might be able to defend just a little bit, but how well can you defend? And, who's going to come with the 67 down the inside? So, looks like Cade Green is going to try to stick his nose down there. So, if the 72 can't, or 73 can't get down, he does though. But if he wouldn't have been able to get down, he could have been in a ride to lose a lot more positions. But good run here. Biggest mover of the race, though, Carl, and coming up through the field pretty quickly as Cade Green gets a little loose there coming out of the corner, is the number 67, Colin Allman, up 10 spots. So that's a good move there through the field. Another good, always a driver coming from the back of the pack, the 77, up 8 spots as well, dragging Todd Poston with him.
Yeah, and you mentioned the 73 trying to get down there and finally does in front of Cade Green. It's a situation where you're mirror driving a lot. When you're stuck on that outside, you're mirror driving, and you'll try and defend maybe for a lap or two to see if you can get ahead of that person on the inside. But then you start looking in your mirrors to see where are the gaps. Where can I get into line? And it could be a situation where you just straight up sacrifice the exit of a corner so you can quick dive down to the inside, or even sacrifice going into the corner so you can make sure you get down there to the inside and give up that position just to not get freight trained anymore. As we have a bit of a slow up here towards the back. Eric Blunt, not sure what happened here. We got certainly a little gap going on right now. No caution on the speedway. We keep this thing green, and already more than 20 laps in the books tonight. Dalton Kilrow out front by about 1.25 seconds. He definitely looks like he's in line and wanting to get 4 in a row here and really stretch out that lead, as we're starting to get through and into the meat of the schedule right now. This is race number 11 of 21, so we're past the halfway point in the season at this point. But we are going to be under another caution here,
Oh no!
And we'll see what exactly happened.
Looks like Todd Poston getting into it here. Let's see what happened to 31. Not outside, and just kind of straddle on the 2 different surfaces, and a little bit too much throttle sends the 31 around. But single car incident here at Martinsville on lap number 27. So third caution in the books here. So averaging about 10 laps or so. Now we're 29 laps in. I do not know how many laps the drivers can go out there. I did not get a chance to get a fuel count for laps here tonight to see, when is that window? When is the, pit entry, per se, to make it to the end of the race. Obviously, tires are going to be big here at one point, but not as big as you would think. And I know a lot of drivers will even go the option of 2 tires here and making sure to get that front right tire changed, and obviously to help with the rotation of the car. So yeah, we'll see how this thing all kind of pans out. They're going to go back to 2 wide here. Pace car is going to come back in. We're on lap number 30 as we're working our way to start the beginning of lap number 31. Dalton Kill a real lead around again as John Garrett is still in that P number 2 spot.
Well, thank everyone out there for tuning in tonight. If you haven't done so yet, hit that like and subscribe. Get you in touch with everything that CRN has to offer, as we are in our last race of the week in the broadcast booth, but not the last race of the week for myself and Jimmy, as we're going to be heading back out there on the track this weekend for the Sebring 12-hour race, and looking forward to it. It is one of the events that we've done well at so far, and looking to try and do well again, as I'm going to be running the Friday night session. Jimmy going to be out there in the Saturday session, and both in the CRN McLaren. So we'll see if we can get going here. Bad entry into the corner there for John Garrett, and you see how many positions he loses that quickly, and maybe still going to lose some more. The 73 looks down to the inside, and Garrett's got to try and get that thing back under control. So it's one thing, Jimmy, you cook the tires a little bit at a track like Bristol. Maybe take you a lap, maybe 2 laps to get them back under control and back into racing temperature and racing pressure. But here at Martinsville, you overcook it a little bit, and it seems like it takes 15, 20 laps. It feels like it's forever to get those tires back under control.
Yeah, and you could see him, the lap after he obviously ended up overdriving the next corner immediately, trying to kind of get back up there and get the momentum going. But the tires are just still angry, and you see the front of the car kind of give way here, and just trying to get that front to hook up and get in here. And we are going to have a caution here as the 72 goes around here on lap number 35. It's reading him as going into pit entry, but
yeah, it looked like he parked in a pit exit. That's what it looked like there.
We'll go ahead.
Well, we'll take a look back and see what happened. There's another way you see just overdriving, trying to drift it through the corner. Luckily, nobody gets into him, but he's going to spin it, and luckily I didn't get any black flags on that one, as he was in pit exit. But either way, he is going to be falling to the back of the pack for bringing out the caution right there. And we're clicking through the cautions. I mean, we've had maybe one caution where there was actually some contact, but it was actually after the driver spun. But it seems like these rear tires, or at least the right side tires, aren't really agreeing with the drivers here tonight. We've seen all of our cautions now caused by so maybe over driving, over throttling out of the corners, or even just driving too deep into the corners. It's all driver error. It's not getting into each other or racing hard. We're not nearly at that point yet to even be thinking about racing hard.
No, obviously everything should be pretty relaxed at the moment, and you say that sitting up here in the booth, and I know just from going down and doing a few laps, after you get about 5-6 laps, and them tires are obviously starting to get warm, and the car just handles a little bit different, and you got to make sure that you want to get in the brakes as late as possible so you get good entries, but you can't be too hard on the brakes, and you got to find that sweet spot, and being able to work the brake for the most part to your advantage without locking up the tires. You lock up the tires, you make them angry, you start sliding, it's hard to recover. And if your brake bias is too far backwards, that's where you can catch yourself rear end coming around. Like I said, I kind of like the bicycle. When you're riding a bike, you lock up the brakes when you're a kid and slide sideways and ruin your tires, and your parents are yelling at you like, I'm not buying a tire this week again. Know from experience, but it's it's just kind of that method here. All that weight just kind of gets thrown out to the outside and brings it around. So weight transfer is a big one. And I think if they had the ability to adjust sprigs and stuff like that on pit stops, I think you'd see drivers come in more often and be like, all right, it's coming around too easy. I need to either stiffen the sprigs or take some out, some adjustments.
Little tweaks here and there.
Stuff that race car drivers would actually do in real life. And, they're not doing that here tonight. They're just out there with what they got. And it's a whole other part of the game as we see some fishtailing up front there. And it looked like by the number 73 getting up there. But the 67 now knocking on the door of Dalton Kilroy. We talked about him early. But fighting on the outside here, Colin Allman.
Yeah, it looks like, maybe we would have thought about a crossover there off the corner and almost some extracurriculars after the caution right there, but we're going to be under another caution. I'm wondering if it was maybe the 98 here of Michael Taylor. Looks like Brandon Muir involved in this one as well. We'll take a look back and see what happened.
Oh.
Maybe a little aggressive late dive there by Pratt and clips the apron inside. Ends up getting into the 71. Going to spin him around here and bring out another caution. And looks like Merkel maybe gets a little piece of it, but he's able to save it. And luckily for a lot of these drivers, they were able to work their way around on the inside or the outside. You see the 38 just sneaking by on that outside. But going to bring us under another caution here on lap number 41.
Yeah, and I think, Pratt would have been okay down there. He just ended up clipping that inside apron. And the aprons here, the insides, they got a lip there, as you could tell. And it kicked that car out, and it just snagged the car ever so lightly. In the middle of a corner, the weight transfer just got him there. But obviously, Colin Allman, I'm not quite sure if I remember seeing him out there very often. I'm just kind of glancing up and realize how high his iRating is. So he's been around a little bit, and this might be, what he likes to do is these short tracks. And it's, if that's the case, he's really kind of showing it here as he's marched his way through the field, Carl, up 13 spots and was even pushing, before a slight mistake, able to catch it, but pushing for that lead here over Dalton Kilroy.
Yeah, this is his first race out here this season, but I know we've definitely seen Colin out there before in previous seasons, and he definitely has the speed to compete with a lot of these drivers. But we will see another restart here for the Virtual Velocity Racing Series, and we're going to get this thing back underway here on lap number 44, as Dalton Kilroy has led the entire time here so far, but now maybe a little bit of competition here as Colin Allman going to restart here on at the outside. We'll see if he has anything for the 41. We'll see the pace car dipping into the pits this time by. The lights are out, and the pace car has maybe led as many laps as Dalton Kilroy here tonight. So hopefully I can get it cleaned up here a little bit and keep those rears and rights underneath him as we come out of turn number 4. Back to the restart zone and back on the loud pedal here, as that was a fortuitous start there on the outside for the 40 or for the 67, and looks like he's gonna get away with it. I don't see any iRacing black flags on that one. iRacing does control the restarts in regards to black flags, and it looks like the 67 is going to use it to his advantage. New leader out front is Colin Allman.
It's getting probably as close as the start you can get before iRacing would throw that flag, but taking advantage of it, and I would too. Put that 67 out front here and trying to get things done. See Kate Green overdrive the corner just a little bit. They're getting close to the wall as he comes alongside there, the 66 of John Garrett, and I get stuck on the outside a little bit. Going to allow that 49 to get underneath him as well. So Kate started off pretty well here tonight. Started in P number 7. He was up a few spots. Now finds himself back in P7, battling that position with the number 49 of Cole Spalding. Eric Blount and Tim Lee kind of on a march forward as well, being led there by the 6. And then the 24 to follow, up 7 spots for 9th and 10th. So good job there for Eric Blunt and Tim Lee as they make their way through the middle of the pack at the moment. Go back and see the 84 get involved earlier. DJ Mitchell back here in the 4. Ray Business Machine starting to try to recoup some of the spots we lost, but go back and check with the 71 as we see them come in there early and, you know, kind of come down in the pits, whether to get some work done or whatnot. But been quiet, but slowly starting to try to make some of those positions back.
And still a lot of time left in this race. We're only a third of the way through the race right now, so about 100 laps left in the race here tonight, and possibly a pit stop. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Not sure how far these drivers can go on fuel. Normally at a short track, especially one like Martinsville where you're off the gas so much, you're getting a lot of laps on a tank of fuel, and I would not be surprised if this is, you know, maybe a one pit stop race. Maybe you have somebody that tries to go the distance if they can really stretch out the fuel that far, but I think the tires would be absolutely screaming by that point. But I could very well see this thing being a one stopper only. Allman in the lead right now. Dalton Kilrow right behind him as they kind of have a little bit of a two-car breakaway here ahead of Ty Marasco, Dustin Franklin, John Garrett for your top 5. Cade Green, Cole Spaulding, Todd Merkel, and Eric Blunt, Tim Lee round out your top 10. As I want to thank our sponsors here for the series, Fort Worth Screen Printing, Hilton Crafts and Designs, and Gold Line Guardians for everything that they do here for the Virtual Velocity Racing Xfinity Series. Actually, I guess O'Reilly Series. I guess we can fully start saying everything now is O'Reilly's. It's I don't want to either. They started as the Xfinity, so I guess we'll keep them as the Xfinity until the season's over.
I call them the Winston.
Hang it on. The Busch Series, the Nationwide Series, whatever you want to call them.
We'll go back up though. Dalton Kilrow started to put a little bit of pressure there on the number 67, and you know, it's maybe just be like, hey, I got speed too, and was maybe taking it a little bit easy, and maybe at that point where now, you know, thinking about coming in here shortly and making sure they got enough for the rest of the race, or is their pit window really, you know, 70 laps or so? I don't know, Carl. It's a kind of a cliffhanger here until they actually come down the pits, and you know, with the cautions that have come out so far, you know, maybe they don't dare to, you know, come down unless, you know, you really need to, so you don't, because you're gonna go more in the lap down here, or at least a lap down, if not 2, here at this track, this Martinsville. I just don't want to say it.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've said it in court. It's a blacklisted track over there, and we do have Todd Poston. I did see that he had a meatball and had to come in to the pits. We'll see what happened here. The 31, and I'm thinking maybe an overcorrection. Indeed, and surprised that didn't bring out a caution and towed in the pit lane pretty quickly. So maybe that's why. But we're gonna keep this thing at green. Unfortunately, not a good night for the nerds, number 31 here. But it looks like Robert Smith now crashing, and we'll see if this is, no, he's going to jump right into the pits as well. So we're avoiding some cautions here, as, man, a lot of blinking there from the 38, but maybe the exact same situation here. No, it looks like the 8. Just kind of same situation, nose it into the inside wall, another meatball flag, and that would be the night anyway for Robert Smith, because he had the meatball flag earlier tonight. So losing at least one driver. We'll see if Todd Poston gets back out there to try and at least get 18th position back. But right now, Colin Allman is your leader out front with Dalton Kilrow in second. They're about a second and a half ahead of the rest of the field, being led right now by Ty Marasco, who's got about a second and a half lead himself over Dustin Franklin.
It's front two, obviously trying to check out just a little bit, and it's kind of what you want, you know. Obviously at this point of the race, you get out there and you try to get yourself a little gap, but Akasha's gonna fly.
Hold that flag,
as we just talked. So we'll find back here, see what happened. I see Robert Smith coming up here, and Glenn McNeese.
Looks like Lemmy losing it here by himself. Gets a little help there from the 71, but 84 already going around and going to bring us under another caution. Now it'll get interesting because, I mean, right now we're looking at a little under 90 laps left in this race. Again, don't know how far they can go, but I would not be surprised if we see pit road very busy here on this one. Looks like John Garrett is going to be maybe the lone car staying out. Looks like Tim Lee also going to venture out there and stay out there with him. But I mean, regardless if you can make it on fuel or not, Jimmy, we've already been out there for 60 laps. You got 2 sets of tires in the pits. What a set of tires.
Yeah, I mean, I'm coming in and getting some tires, and it looks like a majority of the drivers are going to. So there's a few drivers that, like I see Brandon Muir up there, and obviously getting back up to where he started. So one way to get some great track position there for Brandon, and, it might be what he needed to. Tires are already kind of warmed up and ready to go. You take these few caution laps to get them cooled down a little bit so it steers the way you want to. But Dalton Kilrow with the better pit stop there over the 67, beating Colin out of the pits. But John Garrett going to be out the front. He has not pitted, neither has Tim Lee. So it's going to be interesting, and drivers need to be aware of that, when the restart of the race comes. Like, all right, Tim and John decided to not come in. They're on old tires. They got less fuel, but they got, they're on old tires. So you got to be very careful, and I'm sure you'll see, Tim's really good about, staying out of the way what he needs to, trying not to get involved or create any incidents. But he's also on the outside, so that doesn't make a very good feeling as well. Brandon Muir, though, in his case, starting in P3 on the inside behind the 66, is in on lap number 41, Carl. So those tires are only 20 laps old, and depending on how much he decided to abuse them, it should still be in pretty decent shape for at least another 15, 20 laps. So I can see maybe some of the other drivers, like Dalton Kilrow and the 67 of Colin Allman, maybe give them a run for their money here, and see if that's the case, and be a good sign, or maybe seeing people taking just right side tires later on down the race.
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out. And speaking of cleaning things up and cleaning up cars, cleaning up the field, CRN is doing some cleanup as well, as we have we got some more things to prettify to make the broadcast look even nicer, even smoother, even fresher. And you'll see those maybe in the next couple weeks as we start rolling out some things. As last night for the Casual Sim Racers League, we rolled out the new starting grid for them, and you got to see all the pretty or not so pretty faces for some of the drivers out there in the field, along with their cars going all the way through the field for the starting lineup. And we got a few more things that are in the works as well to really make CRN pop even more. I mean, me and Jimmy can only do so much, and we know everybody out there in CRN Nation loves us and probably would watch us even without any overlays. But for the few out there that are just here for a pretty voice, we want to give you a pretty picture as well. So keep an eye on that in the next few weeks, and we'll get some of those things rolling out. But right now, rolling back to the front, Colin Allman had a bit of a rough pit entry. Couldn't get into his pit box correctly, but was able to. And how about the 73 shoving his way to the inside there, Tim Lee. And now looks like Lee kind of stuck on the outside, trying to get down there, but going to have another one. Looks like the 49 of Cole Spalding in there as well. Be a good race off of the corner. Tim Lee trying to hold his own on the outside, but one of the few cars, the 2 cars actually, that have yet to come into pit lane at all. But Colin Allman back in front, Ty Marasco in second, Dalton Kilrow, John Garrett, and now Dustin Franklin for your top 5. Then you got Brandon Muir, Cole Spalding, Tim Lee, Michael Pratt, and Cade Green for your top 10.
And you can see Tim Lee on the older tires, and it's tough. It's tough out there in good tires, let alone be on some older tires out there. But found himself falling back a few spots from that front row, and found maybe a little spot here where the drivers are having a little bit of an issue, and they're going to take some time to get around that number 24. And that's what we talked about, how important track position was here And even on older tires, Tim is able to kind of still kind of hang in that spot. But it does look like Eric Blunt's going to go for a ride.
No, able to save it.
As Todd Burkle barely touched him on that right rear corner, but good save there by the 6 and the 2 for not continuing to push him around. But 72, Mike Casey takes advantage of the 4 needing to slow up, gets underneath, makes the pass for they're now battling here, back here for P number 13 and 14. So battles continue all over the track, Carl, no matter where they're at, and it's good to see. I like to see the drivers battling and trying to make a bad situation better for themselves. Being back here, because I'm sure the drivers would rather be up in the front, trying to mix it up here with the number 41. Colin Allman and the one Tom Rasco, who is down P number 1 right there in front of Dalton Kilroy.
Yeah, Tabarasco in second right there, and maybe holding the seam right up here a little bit, and maybe Kilroy trying to give him the hurry up. Like, all right, we're starting to lose Allman here at the front. We got to get this thing going here. But I'm starting to wonder for the 6 of Eric Blunt. We've seen him. That was his second kind of major save here of the night, and I'm wondering if that is a sponsor of Yahoo, or if that's what he's saying here tonight, because he's had to say Yahoo a couple of times trying to save this car, and doing a pretty good job here so far right now in a 10th position, so in the top 10 with that number 6 there's just after starting back there in 16th. But biggest mover of the race is your man out front, the 67 of Colin Allman, up 14 spots, starting back there in 15th position. And we also got Tim Lee up 9 spots, still hanging out there with the older tires and the older fuel. We'll see how long that lasts. John Garrett is the other one that is up there in 6th position, has yet to come into the pits as well. And they're both kind of looking for, they would love to see a caution, probably around lap number maybe 90. It would give enough of time for these drivers that are out there that already took a set of tires to really question, do I want to come in and give up track position to get my second and last set of tires, or do I stay out there for the track position? If they stay out there, John Garrett, Tim Lee able to come in and take their first set of tires and really set themselves up for a good back half and finish of this race. But for now, we stay green. We're past the halfway. Jimmy, I think it's time to crank it up for a little love to hear it.
A little love to hear it.
Sights and sounds here of the Virtual Velocity Racing Xfinity Series / O'Reilly Series / Nationwide / Busch, whatever you want to call it here. The B cars here at Martinsville Speedway is Colin Allman leading the way by 3 1/3 seconds right now. The 67 rolling nicely right now. They're starting back there in 15th position. Dalton Kilbrough in second place, trying to hold on to it right now. He's gotten around Ty Marasco, but Marasco not letting him go at all. There's only a half a second in between. You see him right there on the track. Dustin Franklin not too far behind. He is a little further behind. 7.5 seconds behind is Dustin Franklin in fourth. Cade Green, your last car in the top 5. Then you got Cole Spaulding, Michael Pratt, Mike Hasty, Eric Blunt, and Len McNeese for your top 10. But I mean, realistically, right now, you see the field and you see the the results right now of the dominance of Colin Allman. Only 7 cars on the lead lap, and it's only 7 cars by a little bit because Michael Pratt is the next one to potentially go a lap down, and Pratt is having a pretty good race. He's had to go to the back of the pack, midway through this race after causing the incident. He's worked his way back through. He's up 11 spots. But he's got the leader right behind him, about to put him a lap down. So it just goes to show you what kind of dominating race Colin Allman is having here tonight in the Blue Def number 67. But Jimmy, we're getting down here to the final 30 laps of this race. We now know that these drivers, with some help from cautions, can make it 100 laps on the race. They last pit on lap number 62. We've been green though, so can they make it 90 or I guess 88 laps without cautions? That is, I guess, the question.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're not. I guess you're using a little bit of throttle down those straightaways, but you've heard during the love to hear it. I think when you take that off the screen, I get. You heard during the love to hear it that they're on the throttle, off the throttle, on the throttle, off the throttle, probably off the throttle more than they're on the throttle. So how much fuel they're really using, and it doesn't surprise me that they're able to go 100+ laps. John Garrett had to relinquish that and get some tires, and we've seen John kind of coming up through the field a little bit, but having to take a caution or a green flag pit stop essentially. To make sure you can at least keep going on the race really hurt his chances here tonight, as he had a pretty decent run. John was up there earlier during the race, and obviously made the call to stay out, and it did not work in his favor, so ends up paying the price of going a few laps down here. Is sitting in P number 15. He's not last, but obviously made the decision and stuck to it, so you could give him credit for that. But we're not going to see another group caution here tonight. Well, I won't say we won't see another caution.
I was going to say, watch your words.
we might not see another pit stop from the field here tonight. And Colin Allman's just kind of putting on that show here tonight. Out 4 seconds over Dalton Kilroy, passing traffic, doing what he needs to do. And Dalton Kilroy right now has his hands full with Ty Marasco. As Ty Marasco is able to get underneath the 41 and is going to make the pass. And so move Ty Marasco back into P number 2. But I'm sure Dalton Kilroy is going to want to get that back as the 2 teammates battling out here for the podium positions, and who's going to be standing next to Colin when it comes down to it if this stays great the rest of the way. Down to 25 laps to go, and Colin Allman is your leader over Ty Marasco, Dalton Kilroy, and then in 4th place is Dustin Franklin in number 73. Cade Green had a great race as well in P number 5. Cole Spaulding up 5 spots in 6th. We talked about Michael Pratt a little bit, being up 11 spots, all the way back up to 7th. Mike Hasty with a solid run here tonight, running in 8th. 9th is Len McNeese, and it's good to see the 84 having a pretty solid race. I was watching him during practice, and seemed to be struggling just a little bit, but doing okay right at the moment. Eric Blunt up 6 spots for a top 10 at the moment. Then you got the rest of the field: DJ Mitzel, Todd Merkel, Michael Taylor, John Garrett, Tim Lee, Brandon Muir, Hilton Young, Todd Poston, and Robert Smith.
So I got to ask, we may already be past that point at this time in the race, but when is it get to the point where track position means more than coming in for that other set of tires that you may have in the pits? I mean, right now we're getting close to 20 laps to go. I mean, where do you kind of cut it off? I mean, if you're anywhere but the leader, I think if a caution comes out, you're coming into the pits. Even if you're Dalton Kilroy, if you're Ty Marasco, they're in second and third of this race, I think you're coming in. But if Colin Allman comes in, do you risk it? Do you stay out there and do the opposite of what the leader does and stay out there? I mean, this is all dependent on if a caution comes out. But, we like to think some, all the different situations, all the hypotheticals, and 90% of the time we're wrong anyway. But it's fun to chat. It's fun to think of things here at the end of this race. But that's what we're coming towards right now, as we're down to 20 laps left in this thing. And the lead is 4.5 seconds for Colin Allman. And, I mean, just the sheer fact that he's got only the top 6 on the lead lap, and he's not too far behind Cole Spaulding right now to make it only the top 5 on the lead lap. A dominating performance here. Took a little bit till we finally got to, I guess, an official green flag run, but we were on a green here for quite some time, and looking to get this thing to the end. Tim Lee gets a little close there to a little bit of action, but he goes to the inside here, and not a battle for position as Tim Lee is down an extra lap there to the 2, but trying to work those new tires, at least get through the field, have a little fun.
Yeah, it's good practice. Obviously, you're on newer tires, so you should be able to maneuver your car around and hopefully not get into somebody while you're, plowing through the field here. So trying to make up time. And, if the race was a little bit longer, I'm sure, maybe things would be a little bit different. But, here tonight, they came out here with the required fuel. They met their bingo spot, and some were able to make the right choice during a pit stop. But who would have thought at lap 62 when everybody came in, the initial time, that was the time they'd go green for the rest of the race, for the rest of the 90-some laps, so or 88 laps. But you never know, so that's the chance you take, and that's the chance that Garrett took, and was it Tim Lee, I think, and Brandon Meyer. Was Brandon Meyer up there as well? I think so. So it's just a chance you take. You're trying to do something a little bit different, trying to get some more points, some strategic battles, some for the league back and forth. But doing pretty well here for those drivers. Even bouncing back, they would have done a little bit better, obviously, not falling towards the back half of the field if a caution where it came out in their favor. And everybody stayed in. They came out with new tires, and now everybody's grouped up, and they start driving by everybody. So it would have been a little bit different story. Obviously, you want some time for that. It's hard to drive through the field. But one driver has actually been able to do that tonight is your leader, of Colin Allman, and then you got Michael Pratt. He's up 11 spots again, and he was up quite a little bit and got in a little incident. Paid the piper. Went to the back and now decided to drive back up through the field again. So 77 definitely had some space here tonight, and in the top 10, so in 7. So not a bad run at all for just making mistakes that maybe cost them a chance to being running up there in the top 3 here tonight.
Well, laps are ticking down here as we are getting towards the end of this thing, and definitely getting towards the point where I would want to stay out regardless of new tires or not. And Colin Allman now getting close to 10 laps to go here on the night. It looks like maybe Ty Marasco running him down here a little bit. Not sure if lap traffic is holding up the 67 at all, or if Ty Marasco maybe finding a little bit of late speed here, because he's checked out from Dalton Kilroy, 2.5 seconds ahead of Dalton Kilroy now for the end of this race. So we'll see if there's a late charge here from the 1, but he's going to have to do it fast if he has anything left in the tank for Colin Allman, because we're down to 10 laps to go now. Kilroy rounds out the top 3. Dustin Franklin, Cade Green for your top 5. I thank everyone out there again for tuning in tonight. If you haven't done so yet, hit that like and subscribe. Get you in touch with everything that CRN has to offer, and those thumbs up help the video in regards to the YouTube algorithm, and anybody searching for something to watch here on YouTube. If it's got a lot of thumbs up, it's going to shoot up that leaderboard, if you will, and show a little bit higher in the suggestions for somebody searching. And I want to thank our sponsors here for the series: Gold Line Guardians, Fort Worth Screen Printing, and Hilton Crafts and Designs, as we near the end of the race here at Martinsville.
A pretty quick one here overall, with 8 laps to go. And, obviously, beginning of the race, a little bit rocky. You kind of question it, and you're like, well, it's Martinsville. kick your feet back and grab yourself a beverage and see who can survive. But now I'm usually turning the later part of this race at this track an actual race and exercising tire management and hitting your marks over and over and over and over again here at this paperclip flat track, whatever you want to call it. They got all kinds of words besides the best track.
I got some words for it.
But drivers do a fantastic job, so highly impressed, and it's good to see that they were able to get this nice green flag run out here tonight. And with 6 laps to go, and Colin Allman is your leader.
Yeah, good run here for the drivers, and it was kind of, a little uncharacteristic, regardless of Martinsville or not, a little uncharacteristic with the amount of loss of controls and cautions that we had in the first half of this race, but it's really turned around in the second half. And, excuse me, we've gotten what we're used to here at VVR, and that's a lot of green flag racing. And it looks to be that the extra green flag running and not having those caution laps are not going to be a problem here for these drivers to make it to the end after pitting on lap number 62. Looks like trying to see where... Yeah, Brandon Muir did need to just come back in on lap number 124. He pit on lap number 41, but I think that was more just to come in early. He knew he wasn't going to make it to the end, just come out there, try and put some new tires to use, and he's back there in 16th position right now. But Colin Allman out there leading this thing, stuck in a little bit of lap traffic right now. He's still got a 3-second lead, though, as we cross the line, 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I don't blame him for staying out there, doing what he needed to do, and obviously they coming up through the field here tonight, which is quite impressive. So, biggest move of the race, and probably just figured he'd start back there, not to disturb anybody's race, but able to drive it here. White flag in the air for Colin Allman.
One more lap around here, and that's only a half mile. It's going to be very quick around the paperclip here. Colin Allman did a fantastic job working his way through the field. It took a little bit to get around Dalton Kilrow, and had to do it through some slower drivers. Some drivers didn't come into the pits under the caution as well, but he has gotten that blue def number 67 to victory lane here tonight. A great run for Allman. Ty Marasco, another good run for him as well, as this has definitely been a really good season for the one. He's going to bring it home in second place here tonight. Dalton Kilrow, another good points night for him. Another podium for the 41. Dustin Franklin, Cade Green rounding out your top 5. Michael Pratt, as Jimmy mentioned, good run for the 77. Finishes up there in 6th. One of his better finishes here in quite some time in the 77. Cole Spaulding, Mike Hasty, Len McNeese, DJ Mitzel round out your top 10. But it's a 67 that gets to celebrate here tonight with a little bit of a burnout, maybe a little Polish victory lap here as well. We have the top 3 here in for their interviews, but all in all, Jimmy, we definitely seen VVR kind of stepping up in the second half of this race.
Yeah, as I'm glad they were able to, because some drivers can't get past that. They get a little frustrated, tempers start flaring, people start pushing a little bit too hard, too often, and find themselves, overdriving the corners, getting to each other. But a lot of self spins here tonight for the majority of those cautions. So. You tack that on to drivers just knowing their car. So, but great race here tonight. We'll go ahead and take a quick run down through the whole field as I drop these overlays a little bit. We'll bring up the race results here for tonight for virtual velocity racing here at Martinsville. So you don't see it very often here, ladies and gentlemen, but you're definitely going to see green flag running here at VVR. So tonight's great race here at Martinsville. It's going to be, the winner is going to be Colin Allman with Ty Marasco, Dalton Kilrow. We'll talk to them here shortly. Dustin Franklin, Cade Green, Michael Pratt, Cole Spaulding, Mike Hasty, Len McNeese, and DJ Mitzel for your top 10. Eric Blount, Todd Merkel, John Garrett, Michael Taylor, Brandon Muir, Tim Lee, Hilton Young, Todd Poston, and Robert Smith to round out your rest of your drivers here tonight. So good run for the drivers here tonight, especially the later half. It was great to see the drivers get to race it out instead of ride it out here at Martinsville.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to talk to our top 3 finishers here tonight as they are in the waiting room ready to go. So we'll go ahead and bring in our third place finisher here tonight. It's going to be Dalton Kilrow in the number 41. Your points leader coming in, winner of 3 straight. Couldn't make it 4 straight here tonight, but you had the pole. Looks like you had a fast race car there, at least in the first half of the race. And certainly some cautions, maybe changing up the strategy a little bit for you. But second half of the race, and once Colin Altman got up there, and even your teammate there, Ty Marasco, it seemed like the tides kind of shifted a little bit for that 41.
Yeah, it just seemed like tonight everything that could go wrong did. I mean, first to even lose the lead by the dude rolling the restart zone and beating me to the line, and then a caution coming out. That kind of sucked. And then getting track position back, getting stuck behind somebody on old tires who hadn't pit yet, and having everybody else decide to try to drive it in. When I'm trying not to kill the people in front of me was also fun, so lost that track position. And then my former teammate, decided to park the bus for 15 laps when we're not even halfway, and we're just letting the leader drive away. So I had to burn my stuff up to get past him, and then had nothing once we started getting the lap traffic, and the little bit of dirty air started to kill the rear tires, and I just had nothing left. So I was just trying to not crash it at that point.
Well, I mean, at the very least, you win your championships on your bad days, and it's if a bad day is a third place, it's certainly going to help you out at the end of the day. I know it's not the win that you were looking for; it's not another win in a row for the 41. But either way, a bad day, third place, not too bad at the end of the day.
Yeah, could have been a lot worse. I mean, still to finish third. I mean, again, I knew I had really good speed all night, and if I wasn't going to finish up towards the front, something crazy would have had to happen. Like I would have had to screw up really bad, whether it's trying to make a strategy call or just losing the car. So I'll still obviously take it. It's just, I know what it could have been, and that's what's gonna hurt for a little bit. But hey, I'm just glad we're out of here, and it was a clean race, and we move on the next week.
Well, either way, I want to say congratulations on another podium victory here, and certainly some more points to add to the total for the season. So congrats on the podium. Before we let you go, who do you want to give a shout out to or thanks to?
Gotta shout out Orma Barbaco. Gotta thank Team Watson Racing Setups, Hilton Crafts and Designs, Forward Screen Printing, Gold Line Guardians. You guys are doing the broadcast for us. Everybody else at VVR for putting the league on and making it what it is.
All right, buddy. Well, congrats again on the podium here tonight. We'll let you go celebrate, and we'll see if you can maybe start another winning streak next week at Michigan.
We shall see.
That is the 41, your third place finisher here tonight, Dalton Kilrow. Second place here, Jimmy, is going to be the one of Ty Marasco.
Hey, Ty, Jimmy, and Carl, open the booth. You got me.
Yeah, I got you guys.
Hey, well, welcome to the booth here, and congratulations on your second place finish here. Obviously, the beginning of the race, a little bit rocky for the field as a couple cautions kind of plagued you guys, about every 5 to 10 laps or so. So weren't able to get that green flag run in. But then the second half of the race kind of took an effect here, and you guys just rolled this thing over like a dump truck, and were able to kind of keep things going. But you kept that one alive. I think it looks like you maybe took care of your tires a little bit. We're able to get around Dalton Kilrow and try to give an attempt to catch that elusive 67 here tonight. So I want to say congratulations, and then get your side of the story out there, and how was it here at Martinsville?
It was thank you, and but it was slick. Yeah, really took the tires. Knew that in practice it was slick, and towards the end of the run it was really slick. And I'll be honest, I think towards at the end of the race there, I think I felt like I was the fastest car on the track, catching them. Cut that 4-second lead to 2.5, but just didn't have enough laps. I think if we even had more fuel in the car, and we would have had like a 150 lap run, I think good shot that I have a chance to catch them there. I mean, I felt like I was definitely reeling them in pretty good. Just try to save the tires, and at the end just push, but not be careful, because I mean, you felt like you were sliding through the corners all night.
Yeah, we've seen a few drivers make some mistakes, getting on the throttle early, or overdrive the corner a little bit, and obviously push really wide out and lose positions. But you were able to kind of keep everything in check here tonight, and not quite, like you said, not quite enough time in this race here to catch that number 67, as he had a pretty big lead at one point in time. But if you come home second, it's a great run here tonight, especially at Martinsville. So we want to say congratulations and give you some time for any shouts you might have in that number 1.
Yeah, I guess like thank you guys and Tim, and it comes out and does good things for the league, and it was definitely a fun race. I know it was a little choppy in the beginning, but I mean, when you get a nice, I think it was like almost a 70 lap run towards the end there, or actually almost I think it was like almost 90 lap run towards the end there to get, and it's awesome, and it was probably the most fun I had at Martinsville in a while. But yeah, I just like to thank everybody, and we'll see you next week at my home track in Michigan, I believe.
Michigan, right up there on the top of the charts here at CRN for sure. So look forward to hopefully get a successful run there and get to talk to you again. But for this one here, again, thanks for the shout outs, and we'll let you go celebrate this one with your friends and family.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's your second place finish here tonight, the one of Ty Marasco. Top spot here tonight. He had to do it coming from the back of the field and past the most cars here tonight. But once he got to the lead, it was tough doing anything for him. And that was the 67 of Colin Allman. Colin, great run for you here tonight at Martinsville. It seemed like you could really kind of put that 67 wherever you wanted. And you seemed to kind of run a little bit different line through the corners. It seemed you running maybe a little bit more towards the middle of the track. And I think the only thing that could hold you up here tonight was maybe when he caught some lap traffic.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I haven't been on in a while doing the real life racing stuff. It gets in the way of this. But
I guess that's a little more important, just a little.
Yeah, yeah. It's always fun coming and racing here. It's a little bit different from what I'm used to doing with the NASCAR car stuff. I'm usually a super late model tour mod guy, but I enjoy coming here racing with Tim and the whole VVR group. It's a lot of fun. It was a little rusty. Spun out in qualifying, had to start in the back, but once I got around some cars and got my feet back wet, it was pretty good.
Well, it seemed like spinning out was kind of the name of the game here tonight, and then the few cautions that we had in the first half of the race that kind of told the story of all of them. It was single car spins, and maybe a few more getting involved after the spin. A little slick out there tonight. Yeah, no doubt. I guess there's a new tire model out, and it definitely has no side bite and no drive. Like I think that was as hard as I could run for the last green flag run, and I think my right rear is still at 70%. So, but that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed coming on and racing with these guys, and once everybody got settled in, long green flag run, which is typical for VVR, makes it a fun race. Like I said at the Jimmy during the broadcast, I burned up my right front tire, and I'm just up here in the broadcast booth. So I hear you on that for sure. So either way, congrats on coming back here, getting a win, and doing a fine job here, stretching out the lead here at the end. So congrats on the win here. Before we let you go and get out of here, who do you want to give a shout out to or thanks to? Shout out to Tim and everybody at VVR. Run a great league, and it's a lot of fun to come out here and hang out with them and catch up with everybody since I've been gone. But I thank Cade, Tyler, and John, teammates in this deal. And Cade with a top 5, and John was looking to have a top 5 until some strategy got him. But it was a good night overall. Well, certainly want to wish you luck, not just in your next race whenever we get to see you again, but certainly wish you luck in the actual racing career as well. But before we let you go, will we see you next week at Michigan? Do you have an idea of when you might be back here to kind of tackle these guys and keep them in check here a little bit? I think I'll be able to make it next week. I think got to look at what's going on, but no, those tracks are definitely not my strong suit. I'll have to try to keep up with Dalton at them places. The short tracks are more my thing, and Dalton's really good on the big tracks, so I'll try to have to keep up with him. Well, certainly, coming from your late model, super late model, type of career, that makes sense that the short tracks are a little bit more up your alley here. And we'll have to see if after the truck series for next season, we'll see if get some super late models or something like that going for VVR. But either way, there we go. Either way, congrats on the win here tonight. We'll let you go celebrate, and we'll see you hopefully next week at Michigan. All right, guys. Thanks. That is your winner here tonight, Colin Allman in the 67. I want to thank everyone out there again for tuning in here tonight. Next week for race number 12, we're going to be heading to the beautiful Michigan International Speedway before we go right back to short track racing at Bristol, Kansas. And then we'll have an off week, and then Texas will be your tracks coming up for the month of April. But that is going to do it for March here for Virtual Velocity Racing. We'll see you back again on, is it Sunday night? Or actually, I think we got one more Sunday night off before we kick off another season of 191 Motorsports. But we'll be back in action on Monday night for myself and Jimmy from the Martinsville Speedway. We'll see you at the track.
Peace.